اوكي. ايه. No, no, look me up. I publish in my quarterly information systems research, which are the, well, they're listening now. بس شيك شوف
Okay. No, we're testing. Oh, there we go. Okay. خش. ممتاز. يعني
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning, esteemed guests, speakers, and participants. We are delighted to have you join us for the concluding day of the Saudi Conference on Information Systems, SaudiCIS, held here at King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals. As many of you know, SaudiCIS is a premier gathering for academics, researchers, and industry professionals in the field of information systems. In this first year, our theme focuses on artificial intelligence in digital economies. Over the past few days, we have engaged in enlightening discussions and explored the transformative power of AI across various sectors. To kick off our day, we will begin with panel discussion 3, the digital transformation of the IS field. I'm pleased to introduce the moderator for this session, Dr. Mohammed Al-Marzouk. He will guide us through this important topic and introduce our panelists. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Mohammed Al-Marzouk.
Thank you so much. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. It's such an honor to be here among you all at KFUPM and the privilege to be next to this very esteemed group of scholars. So if you allow me to introduce them, to my left is Professor Prasanna Karhade, also known as Dr. P. He's a professor at the Chinese University of Hong Kong Business School with expertise in digital innovation, design thinking, and entrepreneurship, and a focus on great economies, which are growing, rural, eastern, aspirational, and transitional. His research has been featured in top journals, including MISQ, ISR, and JMIS. Dr. P lives his name, which means happiness, and reminds us to pronounce it with a smile. Next to him is Professor Yoongjin Yu. He's the Elizabeth M. and William C. Truhaft Professor in Entrepreneurship and the Associate Dean of Research at Case Western University. He's a fellow of the AIS, and he's renowned for his work on digital innovation, especially with his 2010 article on digital innovation, which is recognized as one of the most influential by Google Scholar with over 4,000 citations. He also serves as a founding faculty director of the X Lab in Case Western Reserve University and is senior editor in many top journals in IS, including MISQ, ISR, and JIT. Next to Professor Yoongjin is Professor Thomas Griswold. He's an assistant professor at the University of St. Gallen in Switzerland. He explores digital phenomena through innovative theories and lenses, such as routine dynamics, affordance theory, and predictive mind theory, with expertise in mixed method research, especially trace data, and a diverse economic journey spanning 3 continents, Europe, US, and Australia. Thomas brings a unique global perspective to digital innovation and organizational design. Next to Thomas is our very own Professor Tawfiq Al-Ashur. He's an assistant professor at IESE Business School at the University of Navarra in Spain. His research focuses on privacy and cybersecurity in emerging AI-supported technologies. He's an award-winning researcher, where his research appeared in top journals such as ISR and JAIS, and more recently in MISQ. Tawfiq is also the co-founder of the AIS chapter of the Saudi AIS chapter, and is a graduate of KFUPM.
Thank you.
So we have a quite diverse background here. So let's start by asking, what does IS mean to you? Tell us about your journey in IS and how it shaped your understanding of what IS is. Let's start with Professor Yoongjin. Please go ahead.
Right. First of all, thank you for the panel. Happy to step in to substitute Hanan, who couldn't stay here. For me, so information systems could be a construct of an object that we study, but also information systems as a field of discipline and I'd like to take a view on the field of discipline. To me, the information systems field began with a puzzling questions that we had for a long, long time, which was, we have this thing called technology, computers, that are being used in organizations. In all sort of theoretical perspectives, it should produce positive outcome, but it was not for a long, long time. Many of us grew up reading articles about productivity paradox. So there's a different groups of scholars who try to answer that question from different perspective that form the core of information systems as a discipline. So for example, people who focus on technology believe that if we build a better technology, then it will be used and then it will be producing a positive outcome. Today we call them design scientists. There are people who believe only users know how to use them and effectively use them, then we will have a positive outcome. We call them behavioral IS now. So these are based on the psychology research. And then there are people who believe, no, it is because the social factors, the institutional arrangements, it's culture, these are the reasons that technology is not producing the outcome. So back then it was called implementation study. Now it is a social aspect of information system or an organizational aspect. And then Brynjolfsson came along and said, guys, there was productivity gain after all. We just didn't know how to measure it. So IS Econ people came from that perspective. This is why they are so obsessed with the measurement, because that defines their identity, in my view. All of that changed, however, since 2000, because no one talks about that problem anymore, because it is self-evident now that technology is having an impact. So for some time, IS actually didn't ask the question about identity, not because we solved it, but because it's less important, because there are a lot of interesting problems as technology moved beyond our primary target subject, which was organization, and I think that's where we are now.
Prasanna?
Thank you for having us. This is a fantastic opportunity, first of all, so I'm very thankful to the organizers of the conference. So Yongjin gave us a terrific historical perspective of the field of IS and how it has evolved. What I want to do is maybe look forward the next 20, 30 years. And so as I design my career for the next few decades, I am focusing on two big projects. So let me tell you those two projects. Right now, there is a trade war going on. So the US-China trade war is something that I'm really passionate about, interested in, and I'm investigating what that will do to the venture capital ecosystem in technology. Because the chip war, as it is known, is at the heart of this tech rivalry. And so that is one timeless question that I think I'm investigating for the next few decades. And so that is also what IS means to me, looking forward. Another example of a research program that I have started is on climate change. So I'm very concerned about climate change and renewables and the adoption of renewable energies like solar. And because I was interested in digital platforms, I thought maybe I should study platforms in this space. But I didn't find a platform, yeah? And so I figured maybe I should build it. And so I started building it. I raised some funds. And so now I have a startup that is going to be doing that very precise thing. And so we're calling it solarjunction.ai. And so to me, IS is entrepreneurship. And so I'm actually doing this and using this opportunity to build this whole research program around IS, digital platforms, and how they can help with solar adoption around the world.
Thank you. Interesting. Thomas, would you share your experience with us?
Yes, and thank you also from my side for being here. This is a very great, great initiative. For me personally, information systems means taking the social technical serious and taking the nexus of the social and the technical serious. And with this comes the observation that the combination of these two doesn't lead to straightforward linear effects that are anticipated, are intended and envisioned. And Suprotech and colleagues, they elaborated more on what it means as an axis of cohesion and for the identity of the S field. But for me personally, this is important in two respects. So on the one hand, I'm coming from organization studies. And organization studies has a very strong focus on the social. Right? So social practices and how people collaborate, coordinate, communicate. And the technology is typically a little bit backgrounded, right? And I think that comes just by the focus of the field or the history of the field. But if you think about it, or if we think about it, there is no single activity that we do in our private lives, in our work lives nowadays, that doesn't involve any kind of digital technology. Right? And so if we ignore that, we miss, I think, a big part of organizing. And the second stream that I think was influential for me was that I'm coming also from business process management. And business process management, I think, embodies well what Youngjin said before. There's a certain idea that technology leads to straightforward effects. You draw BPMN models, you draw other kinds of models, you put that into the organization, and then people are expected to follow that. But the reality shows that this is not the case. So especially if you look at IS research, if you look at the studies by Pentland, Volkov, Lüttinen, right? We see that processes, or as they call it, routines, but it's the same phenomenon, they are dynamically changing, they're evolving. People reflect, people learn, people make their decisions. So it's not the case that the model always translates one-on-one into reality. And I think this is particularly interesting from a social technical point of view or from an IS point of view.
Thank you. And Tawfiq, would you share your experience with us on what IS means?
Of course, thank you very much for having me. And I would like to give my view on IS from a very simplistic point of view, but very powerful. So if we think about a system, what is a system? It's a set of components put together to achieve a certain goal. These components include hardware, software, processes, data, information. Well, if we think about software and hardware, that's more of computer science, software engineering. If we think about people, that's more of a psychology, sociology. But this field was founded on the basis that we study these components all together. So we're trying to achieve a certain goal, but we don't have a field or a discipline that is able to put these components and study them very well to make sure that we optimize the outcome of that goal that we are trying to achieve. So that is a very simple view of what IS is. And of course, I learned that at KFUPM when I studied MIS back in 2004 and 5. And then I continued to study IS in my master's and PhD, and now I teach that. So, and this is how I would define IS to my students, and I think it's an amazing view of what is information systems. So if anyone is not sure what is information system, then think about that simple definition, and which combines or has all the components that we're studying. Like there are people who study organizations, right, which are composed of people, technologies, processes, and so if we're able to look at IS as a set of these components, and we try to optimize the outcome that we are trying to achieve, then our field is unique in this case, right? Sure. There's no other discipline or field that tries to study all of these components together.
So if I may, so taking these ideas together and then applying what Prasanna said about, for example, the recent growing tension in the geopolitical sense, if IS is a unique discipline and has added value to the society, we need to be able to provide a unique view to such important issue that defines our time. And I think what Prasanna is doing is exactly looking at social issues from geopolitical and resource allocation, but then how does it affect or how the technology is influencing such an impact. And then, current tension, geopolitical tension, technology is at the heart of that particular tension. And I think this is a kind of research that only IS people taking social technical view with all these different components are able to do. And unfortunately, I think we are not seeing enough of it. And often we think about, what is your discipline? And I think this type of sharpening what view we bring to the table, I think is extremely important moving forward.
Well, we can see the commonality across our panelists in that technology is there. So it's a socio-technical perspective. But you can see also the diversity in the methods and the way they approach the problems, and even the problems that they choose. You can choose to have your own boundaries, but as you go through the field, you develop your understanding of what IS field, but you need to make sure that what question you answer or the research that you pursue should have an impact on society. And so it also illustrates how our view of IS has changed over time. So as Yoongjin mentioned, we first looked at simple technologies like maybe TPS, MIS, networking technologies. We evolved to ERP, networking systems, and mobile technologies. And more recently, we're looking at big data and artificial intelligence and generative AI, technologies that are described as transformative and generative. So even the field is impacted by digital transformation. So from the unique perspectives that we have here from our panelists, can you also help us understand what digital transformation means from your perspective, and how it has impacted the way you do research, or what kind of adaptation did you need to do to remain relevant? So maybe we'll start also with Yoongjin.
Sure. So when I think about digital transformation, I think about two things woven together. So on one hand, technology continues to evolve. What used to be in a big box in the back office has become extremely small. That goes into our pocket, that goes into our glasses, and my ring, Aura ring, this is an IT artifacts. And so not only they became smaller, but it is now outside of the corporate, back office. It is everywhere. So that created a very different context of IT and social technical sort of interaction. With that, companies began looking at new ways of using technology in a fundamentally different way. The best way to explain it is, I don't know if we have that Michael Porter value chain chart, but if you are a student in business school, we all learn Michael Porter's value chain. Mm-hmm. It has two big parts. One, a lower part, which is primary activities. This is real business. This is where the money is being made. In business, we call them revenue centers. And then on the top half, it is called the secondary or support activities. And it is cost center. And IT always has been, no matter how you think about it, always has been in the upper half. IT has always been at the same level as utility, travel, its overhead function to support primary function of the business. As technology permeates in the real world, if you will, outside in the hands of consumers, now the CEOs look at IT as a source of revenue, source of growth. So IT has decisively moved out of that upper half and moved down to the lower half. And that requires not only the logic of IT function, but also the way the business itself is organized. So what used to be organized under mass production, Henry Ford assembly line, is now being organized. Jeff Bezos' mandate, this like continuous integration, continuous deployment type of the logic. That is a new logic of a business. And moving from that to here and rewriting the underlying logic of technology and business, in other words, social-technical, to me, that is a digital transformation.
Okay. Go ahead, Prasanna.
Transformation is a very important word. I think it is, we should use it carefully. Not everything should be called a transformation. Okay. I think what has happened in Saudi is a fantastic transformation. My parents lived in Saudi for 7 years. My father visited in the 80s. So from compared to that time, what we are witnessing is a transformation, right? True. So if I were to kind of build on this and talk about energy, 15, 20 years out, it is going to be a transformation because now we can all generate energy. We can all have a solar plant on our rooftops, and then we can be producers of energy. And then there can be a marketplace for energy, right? So then we are buying energy from each other. And so if you can envision this kind of a transformation, it will require an ecosystem. It will require the solar plants. It will require public-private partnerships between the energy generators, the distribution companies, the government, universities, And so we see this transformation happening. If I can take you back to the 1990s and what TCP/IP did for the internet, I think the same is happening right now. There are protocols that are being built. One in particular is the United Energy Interface. And so it will do the same for these marketplace of energy as to what TCP/IP did for the internet. And so looking forward 20 years, 30 years, the way we buy and sell energy is going to be very different. We are in the middle of this fantastic transformation, with energy, renewable energy, electric vehicles, and guess what? It is going to be IT. It is going to be these digital platforms that glue all these components together. So that, to me, looking out about 50 years is what I see as transformation.
Thomas?
In a, I think, wonderful article published in 21 in MISQ, published by colleagues Musavi, Baigi, and others, it is called for studying the digital world as a world being in flux. And I think, for me, this matches well with what I think is the key feature of the digital transformation times. Things are changing and things keep changing. And it is the case that new technologies lead to new data streams. This leads to new services, new products. These new services products demand new technologies, new data streams. This leads to new services products. So there's an ongoing cycle of change. And I think the great opportunity of this is, especially for SIS, is to study this ongoing change. Develop theories that account for that, find explanations for what is happening, and so on. I think, for me personally, I think the challenge is to, or the opportunity is also, to have a very strong temporal orientation, to really capture these dynamics, these ongoing changes, and to really see, in the words of Bateson, biologist Bateson, to find what's the difference that makes a difference, right? So what is new about this phenomena? How do these phenomena change what we know, what we assume about social interactions, about coordination, about collaboration, about communication, and so on.
Tawfiq?
Well, I am not sure if my view on that will be so exciting to you, but it might be even disappointing. Well, digital transformation is just a new label, that's it. Following up on what the other panelists have been saying, it's an ongoing change. And if we think about it, think about oil, when oil was discovered. It transformed our life. Now what we have discovered recently is data. So it's like we new label to describe this, or or to give a name to the new era that we have. That's as simple as it is. But what's going to happen in 30, 40, 50 years when we actually go to the next stage? Quantum computing is going to transform all of what we have these days. Then we will come up with a new name. And then the whole world will revolve around that new label. So I don't think we should focus so much on this term and what it means, but we should focus on the changes, the transformation that has happened in the past few years. So if we think about social media, for instance, right? Social media transformed our world. It transformed the market, transformed economies, it transformed the marketing ads and the way we transact as consumers and the way we transact as organizations and businesses. And it was so different. Like if we think about the early 2000s, before that it was completely different than the early 2000s, right? So when social media started back in the late 1990s, and then LinkedIn back in 2003, and then Facebook 2004, MySpace, which died, of course, but that's a different topic. But think about it, from the early 2000s until late 2020, the target was so different back then. So that transformation of economies and marketplaces was based on consumer attention. We wanted to target back then human attention. And that's how our economies were transformed, based on that simple concept of attention. Social media would grab the attention from everywhere, and then based on that, in a way, concept, you're able to change the whole marketplace. Now we're moving to a new era with AI in which the target is not attention, not only attention, but actually intimacy. Now technology knows so much about us. We are so intimate with this new technology. And I think this digital transformation is that intimate communication with technology, which has never happened in the past, let's say, history of starting from when we discovered the binary system until we discovered how we actually interact with this technology, human-computer interaction.
So one fact is clear, that our field has been dealing with change and technological advancements since its inception. But the magnitude of change and the parts that it impacts from society has, or at least we're recognizing that it's expanding. So it's touching many parts of our lives. And so the beauty of the field and the diversity in our methods, tools, and how we look at things, we can choose to either view digital transformation as its own unique phenomena, or as another change that we can deal with our set of tools and methodologies that we have. So maybe I'll switch a bit and ask Tawfiq now. Do you think, as a field, we're well situated with the tools that we've built over the years, dealing with this technological change, to be in a unique position to study digital transformation, which is recognized as something unique, even by other fields? So even if we view it as just another change, it means it puts us in an advantageous position to say something. So do you think we're uniquely positioned? What's our value position? What can we tell the world about this phenomena? What's unique about our field?
That's a very important question and issue in the field. We know our field is very young. What, 60, 70 years? And we still are facing an identity issue in the field. Supra has been informing us about the field, and those who are quite familiar with the field from its original until today, we know we have an identity crisis. Well, given my unique position of studying IS in my undergrad, master's, PhD, and then teaching these core IS topics, what is IS, right? So going back to that definition, then what do we teach people, right, to optimize that outcome that we're trying to achieve? It's as simple as data processes and data flows. I give you a very simple example that describes the importance of our field. Right? We teach UML modeling. We teach different types of modeling to our students to help them understand how they can construct systems from scratch. No other field is teaching that. We teach them how to start the process of developing any system. No other field, so software engineering would teach them more of a technical stuff, but not the managerial. So we combine business and technology together to help, let's say, systems analysts to understand the requirements, take the requirements from your clients, and give them to those software engineers, computer scientists, to start coding the system. There's the whole cycle of developing systems. So now that understanding how we can do these data flows and processes is a core course or a core concept in IS. Well, let's take a very concrete example. Back in a few years, I think in 2022 or so, 2023, Facebook realized that they did not know where the data is going. Their engineers were saying that, well, we don't know where our data is going. We don't know where it is flowing. And eventually, you would see that Facebook would encounter, a lawsuit. They would be fined for several millions. And then I think one of the fines that they had was 1 billion point something. Why did that happen? What if they actually knew how to do data flows from the beginning when they started developing that social media? They would be able to avoid paying back some revenues that net profits, they had to just give it back to governments for what? Being lazy in terms of understanding how your data flow. So what is unique about field is that we teach our students about data flows, data processes. No one is teaching that. I think it's very important for us to understand that is a core course or core courses in our field, and that we should export this to our disciplines. We should teach students that are coming from other disciplines. We should teach them that, because this is not going to be less important in the future. It's going to be more and more important.
Thomas, would you like to pitch in on?
So the question was
The question was, what makes us unique as a field?
Okay.
The tools that we have, are they appropriate for studying the digital transformation phenomena, or do we need to adapt?
Yeah. Okay, so I fully support what Tawfiq said, and I think Tawfiq made a very clear and illustrative argument for what IS does and why IS is a unique discipline. And of course, historically speaking, we've evolved as a discipline, or IS has evolved as a discipline that takes this social technical nexus serious, and there are technical competences, there's the intersection with the social. And so from that point of view, I think we have unique competences that are needed right now. But I would also say that this is not something that should be taken for granted, in the sense that IS is the only discipline that is able to do this or will be able to do this in the long run. And I think that management research, organizational research, these fields are all starting to take technology serious, and more serious than before. And of course, this has to be the case because technology is everywhere. Yep. In a recent editorial by Bailey and colleagues, or a recent editorial in Organizational Science is called "We Are All Theorists of Technologies Now," right? And I think that clearly illustrates that every community now has the ambition to become, experts for these subject matters. So I think that the competences that are there are great, and they're a very strong foundation, which makes the field unique. Mm-hmm. But I think the IS field should continue to reflect on how it can deliver the ambition to clearly explain what is happening from a social technical point of view at the time when it is happening. Yeah, thanks.
That's a good viewpoint. So, Prasanna, would you like to
Yes, so we heard Supra's talk, right? And so the framing of our field as socio-technical is terrific. But I think going forward, we can build on it, we can broaden it, right? And I think what I'm trying to do by bringing in the geopolitical aspects is great for the field. It can push it ahead and help us present a view about these issues with technology at the center. And so the trade war, technology is still at the center of it, data, where data are stored, innovation in fundamental core technologies, and the AI that is built on top of it, right? So I think as a field, we are very holistic, which is terrific, and I think we can continue to build on our strengths and contribute unique dimensions, such as the geopolitical dimension I'm bringing in.
Yungjin?
So my view on this is that, you know, I'm a critical realist. So there is a real phenomenon out there. And then we have, you know, our own epistemological lens. And field of information system should focus on our own epistemological lens, not the phenomena. The phenomena is complex, and it is not owned by anybody. No field can occupy technology. We are very easily offended, threatened, when somebody else comes and talk about AI and they say, oh, that's ours. No, it is not ours. The phenomenon is out there for anybody to study. We have to earn our right to talk about that particular phenomena through our own unique epistemological lens that adds value to the societal discourse about the phenomena. Otherwise, we shouldn't exist. The field of information system should not exist unless, even if technology thrives in the society, if we fail to deliver valuable perspective to solve important problems, we should not get funded, we should not have access to students, we should all go back and study harder. You know, as technology becomes important, the universities, for example, form interdisciplinary research groups to go after big grants. And we have sometimes entitlement sense that we should be there because that's our domain. From other the colleagues' perspective, if you don't add any value, data, computer scientists can talk about data, data scientists can talk about data. So what is our view? So we have to take this socio-technical view really seriously if we actually mean it. So let me give you an example. Recently, Yanis Kalanikas wrote a book with Christina Alaimo, a book called Design Rules. In it, one of the most beautiful sentences that they wrote is, data is inevitable. Now, what that means is that data should not be taken for granted. Data is a human artifact that we set down and design, right? The very mundane activity that, you know, Tafiq mentioned, like systems analysis and design 101, and we design entity relationship diagram, and in it we say, what are the attributes of customer? That is a deliberate action that we sit down and do, which has huge downstream consequences. I was in a community meeting in Philadelphia, in a inner city black community. The Philadelphia government, city government, was very excited to announce we have open data policy. So they came out to the community. Now you can use data to design the app that you want. One lady raised her hand and said, what do you mean that we use data? My data doesn't exist. The important aspect of my life has never been captured. So what does that mean? Very few people, even though we love to talk about data as new oil, no one talks about data being created, the act of creating data, the act of designing data is a political exercise. There's a power involved. And we don't talk about it. Nobody talks about it because we don't. Because we are the only one who can see it. And that is one example that we are failing to add value to the larger societal conversation, and we simply complain that someone else is grabbing, like marketing strategy, and these people are taking over our jobs and courses and, you know, and so on. And I think we should get serious about what we actually say, that what we do.
Tawfiq?
Just to follow up on that, I completely agree with Yongjin. This data exists already. I'm taking it to the far extreme of a simulation hypothesis that this is a simulation. Why would we able be to have data in the first place? Because we create this entity. I'm going to go back to a database management, database design. We define what we have in the physical, like in the physical world, by identifying the attributes which describe what we see and observe and the tangible things in the physics, basically, right? So information systems is a field that help us actually quantify the physical world and move it to the digital world, actually helping that simulation hypothesis or theory to be more and more plausible.
Prasad.
Yeah, if I may make a quick comment, yes. For the field to stay vital, yeah, we have to ask questions that will be relevant 15 years from now, right? Because it typically takes 5 to 10 years to get some papers out and then for them to make an impact, right? And so I think bringing the geopolitics and these kinds of societal impacts can help us talk about some relevant questions, make sure that the field stays vital. We want to answer some of these timeless questions, you know. Donald Trump is back in office, and fortunately, he's going to give me a lot to write about. You know, the trade war is just going to go on and on.
So the field focuses on socio-technical phenomena. So some would be more lean toward the social side, in the field, others would be more leaning towards the technical side, and others would be on the interface. I guess the exercise of worrying about what other fields are and where the border is a futile exercise. And we may or we may not define what our core is. But what's more important is that our field is unique in identifying certain problems that other fields might not. And we'd be willing to engage in it. And we're more equipped to handle change, especially forward-looking change, and come up with timely theories and solutions that stand the test of time. And so change brings always opportunities. And speaking of change, it also brings opportunities to our region here. And so, do you think regional scholars have a unique opportunity at this time, especially at this digital transformation age? How can they have an impact on the field? How can they carve their own niche? Should they focus on local discourse and serve their local market, or should they be engaging in a global discourse and research? Tawfiq, would you like to start us off? Or?
Yes, of course. I think so given the Saudi perspective, right? Well, let me tell you a little bit about Saudi Arabia and from a statistical point of view. We are ranked number 14 in AI index globally. We are ranked number 2 in cybersecurity globally, and many other. Well, we know that there are so many statistics around this, but I'm highlighting the ones that are used by our government. In many other statistics in cybersecurity, we're ranked number 1. In e-government, we're ranked number 4 globally. That is a wealth of technology advancement in Saudi Arabia. So regional scholars here This means basically we have a lot of data. Saudi Arabia digitalized. So if we think about the legal or think about the court, right? They were able to digitalize all the documents they had since the beginning of this country, which is, 94 years, more or less. We are a very, very young country. Our population, the average age of our population is around 30-something. That tells us so much. We have energy, we have power, and like Dr. Muhammad Saggaf mentioned this, we have resources. So in fact, this makes us so strong. This makes our potential in terms of contributing to the global, to the world, to other countries. This means that we can export this knowledge base that we have, but first we have to utilize it. We have to dig this infrastructure and utilize it and create value out of it. Another example is NEOM, right? We are establishing the first cognitive city in the world from scratch. If we listen to the Crown Prince and the way he describes this ambitious vision, and we know that our people are embracing this vision, right? We are all so happy as Saudis that how our country is transforming like never before. So now we, as IS scholars, we know we have the data. We know we have all the resources. So I believe if we talk now about this, please inform our audience. No other country has this wealth of resources. So we have this opportunity that we must utilize, and that will also help us achieve and contribute to Vision 2030. And now, Thomas, Yonjin, and Prasanna, you can inform us how different it is. So now you come from a global and international perspective, and we want to hear from you how we can improve and take Saudi IS scholars to the next level, given this discourse.
Thomas, would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, I think that what Tawfiq said is very interesting and, of course, very impressive. But I would also say that the way you framed the question is wrong.
Okay.
It's not about either going on the local side or on the global side. It's both. Okay. I would say it's about studying locally and publishing globally, right? I think that these things that Tawfiq mentioned are very impressive, and I'm sure they can make a big impact, especially for research. Change, dynamics, especially when it's fast, especially when it's successful. I think it's always interesting, and there are always very, very interesting things in it. But I would say the key question is how to turn these insights, or how to translate these insights into, let's say, globally relevant theoretical explanations, right? And I think along these lines, the key question is not what is happening, but what are these things instances of that maybe contradict or challenge established assumptions, for example, about e-government, right? I don't know, the construction of cities. I don't know if that's an IS discourse, but I'm sure there are many things in it that are relevant for us. And I think this studying locally and publishing globally, I think this is the key challenge, also the key opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Prasanna, would you like?
Sure. I'm very passionate about these topics. And I think of that as decolonization of research. And so every voice is important. We need to hear these voices. And what happens regionally is very relevant globally. And I know that because from a very personal experience. So I'm a poet, so I write poetry. And so as I write very personal poetry, I realized that it is very universal. The more personal it gets, the more universal it is. It touches more people around the world, right? The same is the case for research, The more you write about something local, it will have resonance globally. And so I have been writing about this. I think of these economies as great economies. So these are growing, rural, eastern, aspirational, and transitional economies. And so if you think about it, these are forces at play. So the force of growth. With growth comes a lot of opportunities, a lot of pain points, and so it's a balance of these forces that growth brings. The regional dynamics with urban and rural areas creates migration, opportunities, again, so these are forces of urban renewable and development, right? With the new city that Tawfiq mentioned, that's an example of that. We are Eastern. I grew up in India, now I live in Hong Kong, very much Eastern. This is referred to as the Middle East, very Eastern, you know. And so work gets organized and culture, very relevant, very Eastern norms for doing business. I have been here in Saudi for a few days. I can see the aspiration. So the aspirational consumers, they are a force to reckon with. And so as a confluence of these forces comes together, we see the transition that is happening. We see the transition that is happening here. So I'm a big proponent of decolonization of research as I examine great economies, growing, rural, eastern, aspirational, and transitional economies. And I think Saudi has the terrific potential to tell some very great stories that are very regional, yet will have a universal appeal.
Thank you. Yungjin?
A few years ago, a Korean movie, Parasite, won the Academy Award, the main Best Movie Award. That was the first time the foreign language movie won the main Best Movie Award. Not foreign language movie, but the primary, and with no English translation and only caption. The reason behind it was that it is extremely local story. Only Koreans would understand the context of specifics of the arrangement, the location, and so on. So as a native Korean, I understand exactly the situation is I fully identify with. However, the theme of the story was this economic disparity and the irony of modern society and wealth and extreme poverty coexisting together. So they portrayed something that everyone in the world could identify with using extremely local language in such a beautiful way. And that was the reason that it won the Academy Award. I think that's what we should be doing. Every regional research has to craft the quality of their expression, not only the representation of the writing and then results and reports at the highest level. It's not that but until it changes, the English is the English language, and I'm actually very impressed that, as I understand that this conference is domestic conference, and it is all in English. It will never happen in Korea. If somebody proposed that let's have a domestic IS conference all in English, that person will be crucified. They will never be able to return to Korea ever again. So I think there is a big advantage that is happening here, and I see it is happening more and more outside of the English sort of culture. But at the same time, that is not enough. So you have an incredible data set, incredible story to tell. First thing you need to do is you need to translate that story that appeals to the global problems. But then you need to write it well. You need to express it well at the quality. Because if you want to publish an ISR, Supra receives, I don't know how many submissions he receives, and then he sends several of them to me. and then as editors, we of course want to think about the author's perspective, but we also think about our consumers, the readers. And the readers are not only Saudi readers. The readers are in Germany, there are readers in Italy, readers in China, and of course in the United States and England and so on. So it has to be relevant to them as well. So that is what I think what it takes. And I think this kind of conference is a great start. And I hope that it will continue to thrive and at the level.
Inshallah.
Like guys, going back to NEOM, can you imagine the systems we are building? Many systems are completely new, bespoke. The world will need our expertise. So if we, in the next 10 years, once NEOM is established, other countries would like to learn from that experience. Well, now, as an IS field, like I mentioned, going back to the basic definition, we study how all of these components work together. And now we have a completely new ecosystem. And other countries will adapt that new ecosystem to their, so going back to Yunjin, it's like globally, this will be needed in the future, along with sustainability and many other things. So it is our opportunity now to utilize that and contribute to the success of this vision and also transport that vision to internationally, to the global world.
Thank you. So before opening the floor for questions, allow me to summarize with a call to action, especially for regional scholars. You have a great economy, as Prasanna described. You have a story to tell the world. So it falls upon your shoulders, to build your skills, develop as researchers locally, and then tell your story internationally. So how you put it, Thomas? Start locally and publish globally. Right. This is how you get global recognition. You have a unique story to tell here, and the world needs to know about it. You should invite global scholars to actually join you here to see what we can offer to the world from our region. And so with that, I'd like to thank our panelists on their very insightful conversation. And if anyone has a question, you're welcome to ask. And if you don't ask, I'll be asking you questions. We have a question there.
Thank you all for this insightful discussions. I have a comment more than a question, but let me know if you agree with this. Based on all the members who discussed IS and digital transformation, I'm going back to my professor from my master's degree. He told us, or he wrote a paper actually in 2019 or something, about representation theory, which is actually taking everything in our real life and represent that thing, whatever we do, like, as you said, transforming traditional work into digital work, for example. Based on everything you said, is IS, or the digital transformation this time, or our era basically, is talking about representing whatever we need, behavior as consumers, or the technology like AI or virtual environments and all of these, can we see it as a representation of something that we need? What do you think? You understand what I'm saying? Like, are we representing something that actually we have, representing that into a digital thing, or is it the opposite way? Like,
may I?
Is it because of technology are we doing this, or the other way?
First of all, you said that was a comment.
Yes.
You tricked us. It's a question.
Yeah, now it's a question. Do you agree with this comment? Or
well, the second thing, that's my perspective from the insights here.
I think, go ahead.
You can choose whatever perspective that you want, and that's what's unique about IS. I mean, it falls upon you to convince us that the representation theory is a useful theory in studying any phenomena. And so you have the opportunity to do that. And so that's my perspective on the issue. Sorry,
I think
Tawfiq?
having Andrew Burton-Jones would help a lot because he works on representation theory more than anyone else in the field. But maybe Yongjin can inform us, given you are the most senior among us.
You know, 2020, I wrote a paper, Digital First. In the paper, I said, we have been doing representational theory for a long, long time, with an assumption that the physical world happens, and then we represent in the digital world. That's the classic view. The argument that we made is that we are now moving into digital first world, so something happens in digital world, and digital world is shaping the physical world. And that's what I think Neom City is trying to do. And you know, if you look at what your Apple Watch is doing, every 50 minutes it nudges you that time to get up. Probably you have received it by now, and then you can get up. That's the limit of the digital, digital first. And Jan Recker actually wrote a paper arguing that representation theory needs to be revised in light of what I wrote about digital first. So I think the representation theory is a part of this, the story. It's a very, very important perspective that we should take, but it's half of the circle. I think we are now creating another circle.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have another question here.
Thank you for the very informative talk. And I just want to go back to one point that Dr. Tawfiq made about this transformation into a attention-seeking world to a more intimate interaction with the user. How do you take that into perspective when building something so grand, such as the NEOM project? And how does all this cognitive, I don't know what we call it, mess per se, how does religion and social norms, which is, yep, I'm going there. I do a lot of research on that topic because we do kind of tend to put it on the back burner, but it is ultimately going to pop up to the surface if it hasn't done so already. So.
That's an amazing point. Of course, our social norms will have to change. I'm not a religious person, so I would prefer not to take that and elaborate much more. But of course, religions have also to evolve to address the changes in societies and to address important questions for that community. And religion is so important, of course, because it provides us with the basic principles in ethics and values. And without that, humans did not even have a framework to follow, right? So that will continue to exist forever, particularly in Saudi Arabia, that we have Al-Haramain al-Sharifain, Mecca and Medina. We will, of course, continue to embrace, regardless of the digital changes that we have. And I'm pretty sure the government is fully supporting that view. But in terms of social norms, in my personal view, we are transforming humans into digital biological entities. So taking the example of a chip in the brain, and then if we think about a whole cognitive city where everything is digital, we will step by step transform ourselves and evolve humans to become fully robotic, biological cyborgs, right? This is my personal view. Others might disagree with me, but I think we are going to pioneer that transformation, particularly with NEOM and the line.
So there's a book about search, and if you look at the most frequently asked questions to Google, these are the questions that we often went to priests to ask about ourselves. So the questions such as, am I a good person? Surprisingly, people in the middle of the night go to Google, ask such questions. Am I going to die? So if you are just diagnosed with a serious illness, in the middle of darkness, people wake up and go to Google and ask such questions. People ask, what happened after I die? We human beings are looking for answers for these unanswerable questions. And in a way that defines us. And we are always looking for something, for certainty, because we need such answers to exist. So in a way, we are evolving. There are also, speaking of cyborg, we have been cyborg for a long time. If you read this distributed cognition, when the old sailors are using compass, or when we use GPS, our brain is connected to like a satellite, which is connected to Einstein's brain, because his relativity theory was essential in correcting the signal and distance coming back here and precisely triangulate our relationship. So we have long been cyborg. It's just that it is more of that, right?
It's a new cyborgs that we'll have in the near future.
Thank you so much for the insight. I mean, we'd like to take more questions, but we're out of time. So if you'll join me to thank our esteemed panelists. And if you'll allow me, on behalf of the organizers, we'd like to show some a token of our appreciation for your participation in making this conference what it is. So, and an opportunity to take a photo with you. Mazen, would you like? So.
Thank you, Dr. Al-Marzouk, for that, and our panelists for that insightful discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to take a well-deserved break. Please join us for a refreshing coffee break for 10 minutes. After the coffee break, I invite you to head to room 101 for workshop 4. Additionally, we will have paper sessions in room 102, 104, and 105. The paper sessions will start at 10 a.m. sharp.
Finance Group. I'm an assistant professor in the MIS department.
Test, test. Yeah. تمام. Hello. Test.
Test, test, 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. وين حطيته هنا؟ الجيب؟ I think this is my visa card. Can you تعطيني يورو؟ أيوة. شكرا. 1 2 3. Okay. Test 1 2 3. 1 2 3. كيف حالك شروقي؟ It reflects 23 out of 34 total positions. Center of the conference.
Thank you all for participating in the workshops. Next, we will transition to panel discussion 4, Saudi Women in IS, Leading Change. I'm delighted to introduce our moderator for this session, Dr. Muna Al-Yami, who will lead the conversation and introduce our distinguished panelists. Please, welcome Dr. Muna Al-Yami.
Hello, welcome everyone. We are excited to have you here at our panel discussion titled The Saudi Women in IS. As you can see, we choose the theme Leading Change to highlight the important role of Saudi women in information systems. We are here to discuss their contribution, challenges they might face, and the opportunities ahead. Thank you for joining us today. In the beginning, let me introduce myself. My name is Muna Al-Yami, and I'm an assistant professor in the MIS department at Taif University. I currently serve as a conference co-chair, and I'm also serving as the founder and vice president of the SaudiCIS. I'm honored to be your moderator for today. Before we start our discussion, I would like to take the opportunity to share some amazing facts about Saudi women in SaudiCIS as a supportive message for all the women worldwide in the IS community. Okay, when we established the SaudiCIS chapter, our Saudi female volunteers played a crucial role in leading and managing this important initiatives as a part of the International Association for Information Systems. In the SaudiCIS, women represent approximately 68% of total engagement, serving as founders, directors, vice directors, and members across our 6 committees. This reflects around 23 out of 34 total positions, as we can see here in this graph. Also, during this conference, we have our talented female scholars and practitioners who participated in these workshops, panel discussions, and various consortia. As we can see here, Dr. Jumana is leading one of our workshops, and also we have Dr. Iman Al-Yami leading the doctoral consortium, Dr. Dabi Abu Al-Ainain from the industry, and Dr. Hind Baitar, she's also an academic, and also Dr. Arwa Al-Hamad, she's also from the industry. Lastly, we have our outstanding panelists for today in this Women in IS discussion, who will share their insights on the essential role of Saudi women in information systems, their journey in the field, and the future opportunities and challenges that lay ahead. Let me introduce, firstly, with Dr. Al-Khansa Abu Hashim. She's an assistant professor in the College of Computer Science at Imam Mohammed bin Saud University in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. She earned her PhD in Computer and Information Science from Temple University in Philadelphia, USA. With extensive teaching and research experience, Dr. Al-Khansa has made a significant contributions to the academic community by publishing in significant journals. In addition to her academic work, Dr. Al-Khansa has gained a practical experience in the blockchain systems and smart contract solutions. She is passionate about advancing knowledge in the tech landscape and has demonstrated leadership in both teaching and research. Dr. Al-Khansa also focuses on innovative research and the development of cutting-edge solutions to real-world challenges. And her current research brings together at latest advancement by creating scalable and robust solutions in blockchain, security, privacy, Internet of Things, and intelligent transportation systems to tackle real-world challenges. Let's give a warm welcome to Dr. Al-Khansa.
Wow. Thank you so much for the nice introduction and warm welcoming. I'm truly honored to be part of this panel to share my journey and experience with the amazing audience.
Thank you. We have Dr. Rasha, is an assistant professor of information system at King Fahd University of Petroleum and Minerals, the KFUPM. Dr. Rasha research focuses on advancing human AI interaction and collaboration. Her work spans various domains within human AI interaction, each addressing essential aspects of of how humans and AI systems relate and work together. She has introduced co-adaptation theory, which examines the mutual adjustments between users and AI to enhance system user alignment. Additionally, her research explored the impact of AI management on employees and organizations, highlighting the need for high-performing AI managers to support effective workplace collaboration. Her work also investigates AI embeddedness to better understand AI integration into work, tasks, and activities, providing insights into the effective incorporation of AI into the workplace. So please join me in welcoming Dr. Rasha.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Okay, also we have Dr. Shrouk As-Sinan. She's an assistant professor and the founder and director of the Artificial Intelligence Center at CCIS Prince Noura bint Abdurrahman University in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. With a PhD in Information System Sciences from King Saud University, Dr. As-Sinan has received IPK postdoctoral fellowship at the CSAIL at Jameel Clinic at MIT. Her research focuses on leveraging the artificial intelligence in drug discovery and design, with emphasis on clinical AI applications aimed at improving healthcare outcomes and enhancing medical decision-making. She was awarded as a first place for distinguished PhD dissertation in the annual award ceremony for excellence in scientific research at King Saud University in 2022. She also received a grant from the research chair of health innovation at King Saud University in 2019. So let's give a warm welcome to Dr. Shrouk As-Sinan.
Thank you, Dr. Muna, and thank you, KFUPM and the SaudiCIS Association for putting this amazing conference together. We are very happy to be here, and inshallah, our discussion will be insightful.
Thank you. Okay, let's start with our first topic titled Women's Journey in Information System. This topic is crucial as it highlights the personal experiences of our panelists in the field of IS and the path that they have taken. Maybe we can start with Dr. Shrouk. Okay, Dr. Shrouk, can you share your journey in choosing the IS? And we would love to hear what's the factors that lead you in this field.
Thank you so much, Dr. Muna. This is a very interesting question, and at the expense of sounding so corny, I didn't choose IS, IS chose me. Early on in my education, I wanted to major in languages, so I was very fascinated by the fields of linguistics, understanding how Latin and Greek culture influenced our language. So there was, at the beginning of my education, there was no part of me that considered a technology path. But later on, my circumstances changed, and I changed, I moved to another city.
During the bachelor?
Yeah, and I had to change major, so I was stuck with technology back then. I wasn't really happy about the choice. But then as we progressed in this field, I realized that, wait, this field is now the backbone of the digital economy and the fourth industrial revolution, and it's like the hot topic everywhere. So as I moved on and progressed in my field, I started to develop more understanding of what it means, and I start to have more loyalty to the field. And then my contribution, alhamdulillah, there was a big focus on how I can advance this field and contribute to it. So that's the beginning of my journey with IS.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Khansa.
So my journey started when I freshly graduated from King Saudi University with a degree of computer applications, which is mainly computer science. And then by that time, Imam Mohammed bin Saud University just launched the College of Computer and Information Systems, and they recruited me immediately without even to have a chance to apply somewhere else. So at the beginning, the college has only one general track, and then a year after, they divided the faculty and the students into two majors, computer science CS and information systems IS. And I had the choice to choose either ways. And I said to myself, oh, let's try or explore something different. So I picked IS, and by going into information systems, I pursued my master's in King Saud University in information systems, and then completed the whole journey in IS. So IS actually gave me the opportunity to merge the technology and the business perspective, and also improve, it let me improve my analytical and technical skills to guide me throughout my professional and academic journey.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. Rasha, what about you?
Hello everyone. My my journey was deeply shaped by my curiosity for technology and its potential to improve our lives. I began my academic career in computer science at Al Qasim University, where I developed passion for coding and agile software development. Then I moved to the States to pursue my master's and PhD at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor. And over the years, I have had the opportunity to collaborate with the teams on projects in human-machine interaction, AI fairness, trust in technology. And then my interest has improved or shifted toward AI adaptation, and where I focused mainly on mutual adaptation between machines and individuals. And currently, I study AI adaptation with a main focus on AI in healthcare.
Okay, thank you. Whether you choose the IS or the IS choose you, it's, in the end, you are the scholars in the IS. We have the second topic today, which is the contributions of the women in the information systems. So if I want to ask you, Dr. Rasha, could you share some success stories of women, including your own, who are leading innovative projects, driving technological advancements, and shaping the future of industry or in the academia in Saudi Arabia? So maybe you can give us your
The
insights.
Vision 2030 has empowered women and to take on positions, including political positions. We have more than 6 female ambassadors serving in Canada and the States and different countries. Many successful leaders, including those in the stock market, university presidencies, ministerial positions are women. That the progress in women's empowerment in Saudi Arabia is occurring at unprecedented rate. An example of this, we have Al-Barnawi. She is the first female, Saudi female astronaut traveled to space in 2013. She's a biomedical researcher, and she conducted experiments related to microgravity and its impact on biological system. Another example, we have Dr. Salwa Al-Hazza. She's a renowned clinician. She's leading multiple AI startups. And actually, I was in a conference 2 weeks ago in Riyadh about technology and healthcare, and I was inspired to learn that many promising startups were driven by women. And I'm sure we have a lot of women, but I have returned from the States recently, and I'm not aware of many of them. But on a personal level, I joined KFUBM last year, and I have been fully supported by KFUBM leadership and senior faculty, my colleague in the business school, and I have started establishing my lab, Bioconvergence Lab, and in this lab we study AI application healthcare. So we work on co-adaptation. So I'm trying to take my research work a step further by trying to implement these in Saudi hospital. We were working on in multiple projects to understand the co-adaptation between surgical teams and AI systems. And also we develop and deploy predictive systems to help hospitals and healthcare providers in Saudi Arabia to improve patient outcomes.
Thank you, Dr. Rasha. What about you, Dr. Khansa?
Well, my journey, I'll first of all, thank you for the inspiring question. And I'll start with my journey on pursuing my PhD at Temple University in Philadelphia as a single mom. So I had to fulfill the role of mother and father, as well as a PhD candidate. One interesting and remarkable moment of my life was my defense day. By that time, I was pregnant 9 months, and I had to drive my kids to the school 1 hour before my defense. So it was like a heartbreaking moment when I remember, but however, it is like a remarkable. I had a lot of remarkable achievements, and also throughout my journey, I contribute to the field of blockchain systems. I published papers in prestigious journals, and I had the opportunity to review. I had and still have the opportunity to review for remarkable journals, and some of them are Q1 rating. And also I had, I was honored to have 2 scholarships to attend a Grace Hopper celebration for women in technology, where I met like incredible women in technology around the globe. At the practical side of that journey, I got 2 internships as a blockchain analyst. And what else? So currently I am leading the FinTech initiative in our department, and hopefully will extend the effort to lead it at the national level. and who knows, maybe around the globe. Also, I would like to mention one of our remarkable Saudi women in IS. One Saudi woman, actually leader in Saudi Arabia, Dr. Laylak, or Professor Laylak Safadi, who was my supervisor in my undergraduate graduation project. She is the first president woman for a Saudi university, for Saudi universities, and also she advise and consult government and private institutions, and also she leads like a lot of initiative for private or for national programs. My story and Prof. Laylak are not the only examples. Saudi women, like nowadays, are leading research, like guiding or mentoring STEM leaders, and they are creating the future of next generation.
Thank you. Which that university, Dr. Leila?
She was in King Saud University, and she leads in 2030, one of the leaders of 2030 vision.
Very nice. Okay, Dr. Shuruk, as I know, you are also founder of the Center of AI in Prince Noura University, and this university is only for ladies, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
So this is for me a tricky question, because I don't think that like winning an award or I don't think of these things as contributions from my perspective. And I think I was working at Princess Noura University ever since 2012. Princess Noura University is known as the beacon of women enablement in the country, and I think in that, in the MENA, it's the largest women university in the world, and it has created so many opportunities for women. And ever since I joined, even when I wasn't sure what is it that I can do, I was always enabled. I was always surrounded by other leaders or women who actually gave me a platform or gave me an opportunity or told me, there's this role that we think you are good at it, even though I don't think, like at that time, I was terrified. And this, I think, changed my perspective of contributions. And as women, honestly, we have a big responsibility on how we enable other women and how we give other women platforms.
We hear that a lot. The woman is the enemy for other women, but this is a wrong.
I don't believe in that. No.
Yeah. Okay.
I hear it, but I don't believe in that, and I think haters come up with these slogans. I think we have a long way to go, and just seeing how I was granted so many good opportunities, it gives me a responsibility.
Yes.
And during my journey at PNU, I was I helped establish our first R&D, and then I founded and headed the partnership efforts in the college. After that, I started the investment unit and started working with the industry to bring money and self-funding. And I worked in the strategic committee for the 5-year strategic committee at Princess Noura. And my focus was always to bridge the gap between academia and the industry, because there is a big gap, and our graduates, we hear it from all around the country, our graduates go out of the university and they are lost, and their skills are not matching the need. So a big part of our efforts back then was to enable our students to actually hone their skills in technology and empower them with certifications given by IBM, Huawei. We integrated the certification, like learning material into our curriculum. I think we were one of the first universities to do that. We fully integrated the need of the industry. So it took a lot of time for me to do leadership roles. And then I realized I'm forgetting myself in the process. So I decided to pursue my PhD. And when I did, so for my master, just to give a little perspective, I worked for data mining tools to enable businesses and business owners. And then when I approached my PhD journey, I was like, I don't want to help businesses. So I don't want to make rich people richer. I want to help the healthcare industry.
Okay.
And I started to investigate what is it that the healthcare industry needs. And I started to read about this field known as drug discovery, which I haven't heard about before. It was booming in Boston, which is like the bio hub technology in the United States. I also found some representation in Cambridge, UK, and in Milan in Italy. But there was no representation for that field in the MENA.
Mm-hmm.
And many of the people that I reached out for, because I was really curious, were either computer scientists or like people majoring in chemistry or pharma. But I didn't find people who worked on both. And yesterday I heard Dr. Atif say culture beats or eats strategy. And I thought about my journey, because when I decided to approach drug discovery, there was no representation, there was no room for me to work. So basically, I just booked a ticket to Cambridge, UK. There was an AI in chemistry, pharma gathering. I put together a poster that was like the silliest poster I put together. And I met with pharma leaders and lecturers from MIT and from other universities who were speaking about the emerging topic of AI and chemistry. And this is honestly where I actually started to put the pieces together. Even I realized that my initial sample was all wrong, like I wasn't considering the weight of the molecule. And there was a lot of aspects that only comes from subject matter experts. So this journey, like this trip, was transformative for me. And once I came back, I was able to work on this field. And as you mentioned at the beginning, it received a lot of attention. It got the best PhD dissertation, and we beat it boys. And this is important because it was on the college level, male and female, so it was good to beat the other majors. And then I received the grant from the Healthcare Innovation, and then I received the fellowship to join a drug discovery lab in MIT.
MIT. Yeah.
So that was really, for me, that was very reassuring that my journey was in the right track. Along the way, and I was having a lot of discussion with PhD students yesterday, you don't know what you're doing. Like, no one who does something or does his PhD, during his PhD, he knows what they're doing or she knows. You usually feel lost, but you push through. And when I joined the lab at MIT, there was a lot of growth happening because I consulted for the World Health Organization to talk about biases in AI. So my PI, she was also a female and a leader in the field, Dr. Regina. She told me, Shuruq, do not create another AI model. Everybody's creating AI models, so start to focus on another area where you can improve these models or build upon these models. So I tried to work with my team on creating like a detection tool that can take any data set, whether it's molecules or images or clinical data, electronic health records, and then take this data and trying to identify areas where biases can happen. So we were basically training a machine learning model to fail, to find these underrepresented communities or people who are affected by biases. So that was really good contribution to work on because it helps humanity. And we presented our work at the World Health Organization and collaborated with people from Africa, underserved communities to help in this field. We also did training for pharma company, which is like a full cycle. When I was approaching them, we were actually teaching pharma companies like Sanofi and Takeda and giving them awareness about AI. When I came back to Saudi Arabia, I wanted to bring this knowledge back to the country. So I established and founded an AI center at Princess Noura University. This is a very new AI center. It just started last year, but very quickly it got a lot of attention, and we started collaborating with health industry and many companies in Saudi Arabia, and we onboarded 94 researchers so far.
What do you find that it's the top management in the university, they support these initiatives?
They supported the initiative right off the bat. They just hear your pitch, what is it that you're offering, and then they support because they see value in it. And there's students within our ecosystem, there's researchers, there's PhD holders, and there is the industry subject matter experts. So we combined all of these players into one community, and we're at the beginning, but we are very hopeful about what's to come. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's move to the third topic for today. We have the future opportunities and challenges. So maybe Dr. Al-Khansa, you can start. What's the opportunities for Saudi women in information system?
There are the Saudi Arabia 2030 visions brings us with a lot of opportunities, especially in the growing fields like artificial intelligence, fintech, and smart cities. All of these fields bring a lot of exciting opportunities for women to put their hands in the innovation to lead some innovation towards the country vision. However, there are a lot of challenges. One of them, there are still some traditional perspective towards women in technology, which may bring the women down, and also there are the challenges of balancing between work and family, especially in this growing field, like a fast-growing field. However, we can engage by putting some supportive policies, some mentorship programs. Maybe we can make the industry or the workplaces help the women try to be flexible in the work hours, or so on and so forth.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Rasha, as I know, you changed your, the universities. You were in the, I think, Al Qasim University, right? And then moved to here to the KFUPM. So what do you think these opportunities that the Saudi women, they may have?
So Saudi women have a lot of opportunities. We have partnerships with global tech companies. We have scholarships like Ibn Khaldun to empower women to pursue their postdoctoral studies at top universities. And the same thing here in Saudi University. We have different programs to support and empower women and help them to thrive either in academia or in research. So I don't see any differences. Regarding challenge, I don't think there are differences between men and women when it comes to challenge in AI. But AI has a lot of challenge. For instance, job displacement or misuse. We have lack of transparency, so we have a lot of challenge. But by opening doors for both men and women to equally participate, I think we can solve issues not just faster, but more innovatively, as different perspectives can help to see things from different angles. Challenge, it depends. If, for instance, if we're talking about job displacement in Saudi Arabia, I think addressing this challenge requires a significant investment in rescaling programs and training to transition displaced workers to into new roles. The same thing with privacy, with the lack of transparency. So we don't have one solution fit all. It depends on the situation and factors and also cultural dimensions. What works here in Saudi Arabia may not work in an European country or in the States. So there are multiple factors that must be taken into consideration to approach these issues and find not just solution, but let's say optimal solutions.
But especially in the AIS, in the IS, what's that skills that you feel it's important for the women in the field?
So women and men are not different. The skills are skills. In IS field, we have many things like, being adaptable, maybe embrace continuous learning, develop a strong networking or relationship, be confident in your skills. So we have a lot of things, not just about technical skills, but also, personal relationship.
Also.
Yeah. So all of these are key drivers of success in IS field and other fields as well.
Okay, great, thank you. Dr. Shuruk, the opportunities, maybe you can tell us more.
Yeah, so I echo what Dr. Rasha said. She tapped on so many interesting points, actually. I wanted to hear more. But I agree, the opportunities are there, especially in this time and age. This is the right time for women to excel in technologies, but we are living a global challenge where women in STEM are still way less than men. And the fact that men took many steps ahead before us gives women a harder time to catch up. So there need to be champions in the society to support women and empower them. And but a lot of responsibility lays on us as well. We, as computer scientists, we are such nerds that we always forget about soft skills. And this is a big challenge in our field. Like a lot of computer scientists or engineers or IS specialists, they're not doing a good job at the wrong people are talking about our major, honestly. The biggest nerd in the room is not the one who's gonna speak about the problem or deliver the solution. It's usually more of a salespeople or people who are managing a company or something. So I think moving forward for the new generation, that we need to work a lot on developing their soft skills, as well as enable them to join the community with the right sets of tools and the top technology that is up to date, that is needed by the market. I think for women, there's a lot of opportunities, but we women we have a tendency to say less and to not brag enough. And I think it's time for women to brag more and to talk more about their accomplishments and celebrate other people's accomplishments and to create platforms, I think, for other people to shine and give them the torch to take what you have started and move forward with it. In terms of opportunities in Saudi Arabia specifically, I think there's many programs and many initiatives that support
that align with the vision.
Yeah, that are totally aligned with the vision of 2030, that is going to take the youth and give them a hand to reach new highs.
Yes, correct.
What's interesting is that in many conversations, I found that, even include myself, we don't know about these opportunities. like people are very invested in what they do. They are that to the extent that they become isolated, and there's so many opportunities provided by the government for the
Women.
new generation to come. Like there's so many ways, even from a very early age. My daughter and son now, they do programming and they work on new technologies. They don't
Yes,
just
correct.
play Minecraft, they create Minecraft environments. They took so many classes when I was in MIT. They were becoming, like they were very happy
Coding.
about this. And
They
it's
learn
easy for
coding.
them. It was very easy. It's not as hard as it used to be for us. And I think we need to focus on these areas. Like, let's give the new generation, like the younger generation, a chance to create tools rather than use tools. Like, support them in the STEM projects or whatever that they are doing in school and focus less on like boring topics and memorization topic. And just from the very early age, this should be developed in our generation. And then the opportunities will follow. We have so many opportunities in the country. I joined the Ibn Khaldun Fellowship Program, which is a big program that's been there for, I think, 10 years for Saudi women. And it enables women to travel to the United States and work in the best university in the world, which is ranked #1. It gives them a chance to work with the best leaders. I was in the same building with a world-renowned scientist, a Nobel Prize winner. We just knock on the door and discuss with them. And there's so many ibti'ath opportunities as also that people get right now to pursue their education. So I think it's not a matter of there's opportunities. There's plenty of opportunities in the country. It's just a matter of taking a step forward and taking advantage of these opportunities.
There is that Ibn Khaldun program. That one, Ibn Khaldun.
I didn't hear that.
Ibn Khaldun.
Yeah, this
program.
is, I think this program was originally from Aramco, if I'm not mistaken. And then it was transferred to King Abdulaziz City for Sciences and Technology, CACST. And now it's fully, I think, managed by CACST. They have a committee from MIT.
Oh.
So you actually, like the acceptance rate is, I think, less than 8%. So a lot of women apply to this program, but the opportunity is there, which is also good. There's also, I heard that there's a program in KAUST. Maybe some other people have heard of it, the Ibn Rushd program. It's really a good program that enables postdoctoral fellow after the PhD to pursue like a year or two of research in like top labs in the world. Yeah.
Okay. So before we open the floor for the questions from our audience, may I can ask about your advice for the Saudi women in the IS, or also globally?
Yeah, so the panelists didn't leave anything to put more advice on. So I would add or follow up with bragging. So which is improving on the how to advertise yourself. And if you have skills, just work on the skills and advertise yourself, even either in person or using like digital media, and also work in your managerial and analytical skills, which will lead you to lead projects or projects in the country initiatives. That's it. My panelists just covered a lot of advice for women in IS. Yeah.
Thank you. Dr. Rasha, your advice.
Yeah. So the Vision 2030 has placed a strong emphasis on empowering women and encouraging their contribution in different fields, including information systems. An example of this, 6 years ago, KFUBM was male-dominated. And today, KFUBM has the highest intake of female students, which reflects a remarkable shift toward educational opportunities and then the accessibility. So I would encourage women to pursue their studies in engineering and technology. Women are fully supported in science and technology. They also need to be confident and in their skill and chase their dream. This is my advice for them.
Thank you.
Dr.
Shirok.
So if I'm going to give an advice, I would pass an advice that was given to me. When I started my PhD journey, I remember a professor that we have, Dr. Murad. He mentioned that if you are pursuing research, stay away from a very old tree, like شجرة المثمرة in his words. And he says always attack areas where people are still like the problem that are still at their infancy. It's just at the beginning of the problem. Like now with Gen AI, for example, and all the emerging technologies, this is a good area to focus on. It gives you a better way to succeed than if you work on a problem that goes way back, which requires more expert like more foundation, or maybe a professor who has been working very long in the field. So do not compete with those. So I actually took his advice in my PhD, and I worked on a new area, which was very helpful. And I think it's more like contributing to the community. So I would say always be strategic about your moves. You don't have to choose your major. Like a lot of students now will come to us and say, I didn't choose this major, or I wanted to be a physician or a doctor or a pharmacist, but then I was accepted in this field or whatever. I think take most of it, and you will develop to like the love and loyalty to this field. And as far as like, I would come back to the point of developing soft skills. This is an area that we are lacking across all computer scientists in the country. I think we need to work more on our soft skills and like try to engage as much as possible with other researchers, with other opportunities. Do not sit in the lab and be isolated. Try to be part of a bigger community, like the Saudi Association or any other initiatives in the country. It gives you so much platform to meet new people and learn from them. Yeah.
Yes. I want to add that it's important to be confident. Technology and innovation needs some encouragement, or a lot of encouragement. Do not be scared. Try, even if you fail. Failure is not a problem. It's like the initial way to succeed. And then explore yourself in a different area in life. Networking is important. You have to reach out to wherever you want to go, what area you want to focus. So do not stick in one point in your life. Just be open most of the time of your journey.
Thank you. Okay, our audience, do you have any questions for our panelists, our amazing female panelists for today? Their experience or stories? Okay, go ahead.
Hello again. You are such wonderful prototypes for us to follow, and I wish you the best of luck on all your journeys. Now, you touched up on several topics that, of course, need further elaboration, but one of them being the aspect of life that nobody really highlights, which is us wearing multiple hats as mothers, as caregivers, as whatnot. That's a whole other conversation. I want to go back to that point of us kind of having to put ourselves out there, to have that exposure, to have that network, whether it be on social media or whatever other platform. my experience wasn't that great until I got to a point where I felt comfortable sharing my story, because it is a bit personal once we put ourselves out there. I want to know from your point of view or your personal stories, what are the challenges that you face or currently face with exposing yourself on those platforms?
Okay. Cool. Who's prominent in the social media? Dr. Shuruk.
I think this is a very interesting question, Dr. Randa, and we were actually in a session together a few minutes ago, and we were talking about ethics in AI, how people are not speaking enough about them. And it was actually interesting that everybody in the room was a woman. And I think, like you mentioned, we wear so many hats, and it gets difficult sometimes because we get our hands dirty with everything that we get into. We go 100%. And we are educators, we are mentors, we are mothers, we are sisters, and we are wives. And all of this become overwhelming at times. So I would just say to women, just give yourself a pat in the back. You are doing great. And I think when it comes to exposing yourself in social media, I think just focusing on our skills is enough, and our fields. It just gives a representation for other women. And that's very important because we didn't have a lot of those growing up. So be a good representation.
Be honest about what you already posted in the social media. Yeah, don't be shy. Don't be shy to show there is a family matters or you have a social life.
Yes, exactly.
Also, I want to add that it's okay to reach out for help, ask for help, even if you have to go to a clinic or for some sessions to help you express and to give your pressure out. So it's okay to ask for help at any time, and this is part of your relieving stage.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So another question or a success stories from our female audience? It's okay, even from the male. You're totally welcome. Go ahead, maybe here? Yes. Okay. Dr. Marcus, welcome. Along from Germany to Saudi Arabia.
Thank you very much. So thank you for sharing your stories and your career and aspiration paths. So as you said, Mona, I'm from Germany, and I've been associate dean in our School of Computer Science. So IS, it's in the computer science school in my university. And as part of the management team, we had been trying to increase the share of female students in Germany, and we desperately failed, despite many activities, many time and effort invested. And so you mentioned that at KFUPM, the share, the intake of female students has been increasing in the past year. So I would be interested in how you managed to do so. So what is the golden recipe we miss in Europe?
Thank you very much for your question. Actually, I joined KFUPM last year, so I'm relatively new. But at KFUPM, we have different programs to encourage women to participate in different activities, mainly in engineering schools and computer science schools. We actually have a mentorship, and also the number of female faculty has grown the last 2 years, because KFUPM opened the door for women to join KFUPM in 2019. So it's recently, like three or 4 years ago. So I guess by just providing them the opportunities, and women have proved that they are good, and they're sharp and participating hand in hand with the male students at KFUPM. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So role modeling, basically.
Yeah, but there is no actually good or bad or one way. It's all about experimenting, trying to do different things to achieve the goal.
Thank you very much.
Actually, I was speaking with a colleague who was a speaker yesterday here. She was from Switzerland. I forgot her name. Hello. She was mentioning that a lot of people in Europe, like a lot of women, tend to major on social sciences or other majors. So I think this falls on women. Maybe companies can give a platform to hire women or train them or give them an opportunity, but then we need more women to participate in the field.
Yes, correct. Yeah. We have another question here. Dr. Iman Riyami, welcome.
Thank you so much. I actually don't have a question, but thank you so much for sharing your incredible experience. I'm just commenting on his important questions that he said, and I think I know why. Because I've studied this phenomena in my research, and I was interested to know why we have this high number compared in STEM fields compared to United States or in Canada, where I did my PhD. And I found that, just to give you a glimpse into our context, is to start from the public schools. So in public schools, everybody in Saudi knows that girls achieve very, very high marks. And the competition is very high, especially when they go into high school, because the natural consequence actually is after high school, you're going to a university. We don't have that other types of maybe working or starting a different journey. The natural consequence, you graduate from grade 12, directly go to one of the, you aim for one of the top notches university, or maybe a tier 2 university, but university is always there. It's always a goal and it's always a motivation. And the competition at university is very high, so that gives ladies even a higher motivation to compete with male or with the male students. So that's why we find a lot. And then when the scholarship programs opens, it gives even a greater opportunity for ladies because the government supports the scholarship. Part of it supports the female students and her family and her kids. So that's actually not a hindrance. So it's a lot of effort that's going on, but I think it's, if you want to increase the participation, it has to be working on a policy level. And change that from the early age of females in the country. Thank you.
Also, I think the supportive system, starting from a family level towards national level, throughout the initiative programs that provided by the government, all of these I think are factors towards increasing women in the STEM field.
Yeah, but I think, Doctor, it's a global level and it's a global problem. I was teaching an innovators program for tech people, entrepreneurs in technology, and 80% of the entrepreneurs were male. There was very little representation of women in that group. So even though women do good in colleges, they don't do as well in the field of entrepreneurship, which was really interesting to see. So we have, we all share struggles, I think, at some point.
Okay, thank you. Absolutely correct. There is a gap. So after they graduate from academia, where are they on the business field or as entrepreneurs? That's when we see a drop. So what's happening?
Yes.
And I'm interested in answering this research question and exploring it more. So probably by next conference, I would have answers for you.
Thank you. The time is up. Thank you, Dr. Randa, Dr. Marcus, and Dr. Iman to enrich our panel discussion. Thank you, our panelists, to share your stories, the contribution, the opportunities, the challenges that the female may face in the field. And let me end it up with this together, we have the power to drive transformative change and unleash remarkable impact women have in information systems, both in Saudi Arabia and around the globe. This is Mona Liami, and thank you all to be here.
Thank you all for participating in the workshops. I hope you had a great time there. Now, we will have Industry Talk 3, featuring Dr. Muhammad Al-Awad. He will share his expertise on AI adoption in health, a perspective look globally and locally. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Al-Awad to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much for inviting me to this talk. I'm hoping, I know this is the last talk. I'm hoping it's hopefully the best talk, but I'm pretty sure it's not, but I'm hoping so. I mean, this is first time for me to be at KFUBM. I'm so proud of the people here, the students and the faculties, amazing faculties. We have a center between Sadaya and KFUM, many of you know, and led by Dr. Maad here. And I believe there is a lot of amazing output and outcome from it. I spent about, I want to say 10 years working in healthcare and AI. Half of it working within governmental entities. I worked in a research center at the National Guard for about a year. And then the last 4 years I worked in Sadaya, and I was probably the first people who worked at National Center for Artificial Intelligence. So I think today I will focus mostly on healthcare and AI. I will shed a prospective look globally, and then I will go a little bit of in the local context and what did we do in the kingdom. And what are we going to do in the future? So please stop me if there's any question. I mean, I'm hoping that to be is an interactive talk. So I'll start with the first question usually is, if I ask that generally, what does AI mean in general? I will probably get the same answer. Many of you have probably the same definition. The AI is this technology that trying to replicate how humans think and et cetera. But in healthcare industry, it really differs depending on your position within healthcare. I mean, within hospital or even healthcare facility. So some physician will say, well, AI will serve me in decision-making support. Or some of them will say, well, AI is a tool that helps us in diagnosing some diseases and et cetera. In the public health domain, they will think about AI from a generative perspective, this robotic type of work, this robotic type of AI that help us navigate the first aid, first high-level type of communication between the patients and their doctors. But the administrative will think also differently from how they are thinking about AI. Will AI help them in providing direct access? But more importantly, the administrative people will always think, how can we utilize AI to reduce the cost? And I will shed the light later on that. But so why there is so much investment in healthcare, not just AI, in healthcare in general? There are four main pillars. We kind of conclude into these four main pillars. The first one is there are major demographic changes. As you know, there is an aging population. It's becoming more and more older, so there's a need for solution there. Some countries also suffer from the opposite side with increasing population. That means also shortage of clinicians. So there's not much enough clinician to really provide the care for the patients. The second pillar, it's basically the evolving patient expectation. Currently, many of the patients thinking about healthcare is, I want to do a virtual call. Why do I need to go there to the hospital? Also, patients now are much more educated than before, so they can have access to a lot of information and they discuss better discussed with the doctor. So that's a major issue. And also, a lot of patients prefer self-service. They really don't want to, they would love to have like self-services, like an application where I don't even need to meet a doctor. For example, the pharmacy, an application pharmacy, or you don't need to meet a pharmacist. Just give me the medication and that's it. The third main pillar is industry dynamics, and the industry dynamic has been shifting the healthcare in general. There's a major startup entries around the world that is shifting, and many of you know the generative AI is also starting to shift the funding. And the last most important pillar is the affordability and transparency. Healthcare is becoming more and more expensive, and in the kingdom, MOH specifically, they're shifting to value-based care to reduce the cost. So I heard once the Minister of Health mention that before we used to focus on what is the best hospital that do the most cardiac surgery. They used to have this as a KPI, imagine. So the higher cardiac surgery, the better is the hospital. But now that's completely changed. Now it's about value-based. How can we reduce the number of these cardiac surgeries? And that's a major change. The delivery cost now is very, very expensive, especially the European and US, and here also the cost is just becoming more and more. Digitization and evolving digitization have been really helping in resolving all of these issues. Starting with the EMR and EHR system in the 90s, then the telehealth care that has been evolving lately and shifting toward virtual care. Patient solutions, the application, a lot of different hospitals now provide application. They just can access to and talk directly to and get the information for the patient. Collaborative data now is data sharing between the entities is more and more robust, and will be even more in the future, because imagine the clinical data is one thing, but we also have socio-economical data that is factoring a lot in healthcare and patient care. AI play on top of all of these layers, and in the next phases, which is coming soon, and it's already there in many different areas, but it will be abundant. It's genomics and biotech in general will be abundant in the future. And so we're talking about future technologies like quantum computing and digital twins, where you can create a human digital, so you can predict the scenarios that will happen to the patient using your digital twin. These are technologies that are coming soon. But the ecosystem, the AI adoption across the whole ecosystem really helped the providers, really helped the population, the payers, and the suppliers. But where exactly? Basically, the life cycle, AI can be embedded in these 5 pillars: the prevention and diagnosis and treatment, and even after that, recovery, and even management and monitoring. So AI play a major role within all of these. So globally, there's a lot of amazing experience, specifically in the early detection programs. So I'll focus a little bit on the prevention, and that's where the early detection happened. So for example, NHS in UK, they have a great experience by reducing 88% of workload of the radiologist in breast cancer screening. And that's an actual documented experience at UK. Singapore Health also reduced the manual need for interpretation by doctors for diabetic retinopathy screening by 50% when they utilize AI technologies. In India, there's a major hospital called Apollo Hospital. they were able to reduce admission rate for heart disease by 25% by just checking whether the patient is needing to go to the hospital or not. They built a small AI system that can predict that case. So AI, globally, there's a lot of more experience. I'm just saying, if you just look at from perspective of prevention, there is a lot of great example where can AI really help. So what are we doing if we look at it locally? 4 years ago, we started at SaudiCIS. And when we started to think, where do we start? We are a governmental entity, and we want to really see how can AI help in healthcare. So we started from Vision 2030, and we noticed there are 4 main pillars in the Vision 2030 among the 13 that really have direct or indirect relation to AI in healthcare. The first one is ease access to healthcare services. Second one is improve value of healthcare services, and then strengthening the prevention against healthcare threats. The last, it has a major relation, but we didn't really went through it, is enhancing traffic safety. That has an indirect relation to AI in healthcare. So when we started, we work with all of the major hospitals in the kingdom. We say, what do we do? And how can we do it? So we basically build a partnership between all of these hospitals. We build a partnership with major hospitals, actually, the National Guard, the Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Health, of course, the number one, and also a King Khalid hospital. So we say, we need to work with you, and we need you to lead the effort in order to really implement this and make it real-life application. So there's a lot of different projects. Some of them are advanced, some of them are like early stage, some of them are mid-stage, but I will focus on the first 2 that has really good experience. I want to talk about them a little bit. The first one is diabetic retinopathy detection. And that project is in collaboration with KKISH and other 2 companies. I'll talk about them later. The other one is breast cancer detection with the Ministry of Health virtual hospital. The third one is stroke prediction with the National Guard. And the fourth one is nephropathy prediction with the Ministry of Defense. So I'll talk a little bit about diabetic retinopathy detection. And I'll talk about our experience. I'm leading the effort in that work since we started 3 years ago. When we started, we said, what is the problem here? The problem is that we have 4 million people have diabetes in the kingdom. Each one of these needs a screening every year. We know before we start that it's no way we can do it. There's not enough ophthalmologists that can do the screening for this disease. 20% of all of these people get diabetic retinopathy detection, get diabetic retinopathy. And it's the leading cause of blindness in the kingdom. So what we did, we went to the KKISH, the largest eye specialist hospital in the Middle East. We talked to them. We know that's a major issue. They already confirmed that. They said, we're already working on this for a long time, but we didn't really find a partner. So we formed a partnership between us and them, and it said, what do we need? We need to develop AI solution. We need to bring data. We need to create a screening program that help the development of our solution. And we need our commercial partner, because if we want to think about it, we have to think about it in the long run. Because we are a government entity, it's not going to be sustainable. If it has to transfer to commercially, so we partnered with Lean as a Saudi company and another company called Saudi Company for AI, Sky. Basically, the idea is very simple and straightforward. We do take a retina image that is just back of the eye, and using that image only, you can predict whether the patient had this disease or not. If he has the disease, we just do a transfer to a hospital to continue treatment and just making sure the case doesn't develop. If he doesn't have that disease, we just book him an appointment next year. We cannot do this unless we work with the FDA to get the permission. So we designed a screening program, and we set a goal to finish this clinical trial by completing 15,000 patients. A year and a half ago, we started doing that. Currently, we almost at the end. We screened more than 10,000 patients, and we already saved 1,050 eye. That is, they didn't know they have the disease. What we did is just buy the special camera that take the retina screen. We collaborated with MOH and KKISH, and we put these in a different location. We started with 5 locations within Riyadh, and then we built the screening application that just from the image, you take the image at the location, you upload it at the web application, and then the web application communicate directly with our AI solution that we continually developed. Right now, we have about 12 locations, 4 of them outside of Riyadh, and we are planning to end this clinical trial by the end of this year to get the first FDA approval for such a solution. The impact of this project was huge, and it was very successful, and it's completely built by local hands, completely from scratch. There's a lot of details on this project, what are we going to do next, because if you take the retina image, you can do a lot, and I believe Dr. Wadha here knows a lot about this topic. She just finished her PhD thesis in similar topic, so congratulations, Doctora. The second project I want to shed the light on is breast cancer. Imagine in the kingdom we have a major issue in breast cancer screening. In 2020, there was about 4,000 cases of breast cancer. So the rate is it's huge actually. 55% of all of these cases was detected late. So in the 4th stage, that's a major issue. Globally, if you look at diagnosis, it's just basically a mammography image for different images of the breasts. And then the diagnosis rate, just using doctors, is about 20%, and that's a major issue. We did similar experience of diabetic retinopathy in breast cancer. So we collaborated with Ministry of Health, virtual hospital, and we started to develop the solution, just taking the mammography and predicting, simply just predicting whether the patient has this disease or not. And we're able to run this currently at the virtual hospital. Currently, it's like a decision support, prioritizing the cases. I remember in 2015, there was a very significant delay of the radiologist reading. Some of them take about 6 months. So the patient take an image, nobody read the image for almost 6 months. Imagine what will happen. If the cancer is type of really aggressive, it's probably gonna kill the patient. So what we did with the virtual hospital is we built the AI, this normal, abnormal, and make it prioritizing the cases that is suspicious. So once the radiologist comes and start reading, the AI just prioritize the cases it thinks is very could have a potential of breast cancer. We already started detailing the clinical trial for this project, and inshallah we'll start by the beginning of next year. In the phase 2, we can do, and we already demonstrated that we can even detect exactly the tumor and how bad is the tumor is. Okay, so these are two different experiences. There's a lot more. We are not a big team. We're about, healthcare team is about 20 people who are just working in collaboration with the healthcare facilities. So I'll end my talk by what are the problems? Like, why we didn't really do a lot? If you have two advanced solutions and you said you have like 3 or 4 mid type of solution, you started, so you're Sadaya, so what are the problems? There are a lot of problems, to be honest. The first one is data limitations. Although we are a governmental entity, but there's a lot of major limitations when it comes to data, especially in healthcare. And Dr. Maad just said yes. He just told me one of the projects, with communicating with one of the hospitals, they only got 17 patients. So it's really hard. The other challenge is AI ethics, and I'll shed light on these two things. I have 2 slides talk about the data limitation and AI ethics. But we also have a problem in terms of clinical and technical expertise. The clinical expertise, there's a lot, but I don't think they are very, very interested to give a lot of time to work with you, because in order to make a solution works, you have to have a great, big investment from the healthcare facility. And that's not their job. Their job is to take care of the patient, not really develop solution. That's a major issue. From a technical perspective, there's not much AI engineers, to be honest. So we need the KFUBM to produce more and teach more, because there's a huge need for really trained, well-trained technical expertise that can develop AI, well-established AI solutions. The 4th pillar is computing power and infrastructure, and obviously that's an issue, especially in healthcare, which needs a lot of data to really produce something. That's a major issue. To train such a big models, it needs an investment in computing and infrastructure. So what is it about data limitation I'm talking about? So if you look at it, if you want to build an AI solution in general, only about 20% of the data is clinical. You can get it from clinical care. The rest is related to other things, such as healthcare behavior, which about 30% of the data, such as tobacco use, for example, diet and exercise. If I want to predict your heart disease, or are you going to have a heart disease, I have to know a lot about your diet and exercise and your tobacco use. It contributes about 30%, generally speaking, of the quality of the AI. Socioeconomical factors such as education and employment and etc. These are a lot of data. We started to capture some of them using the personalized device, smartwatches, and etc. But it's not enough. There's a lot of work needs to be done, and air and quality data. Despite all of that, even with the clinical data, the 20% is not straightforward. If you go and work with the hospital, you want to get some data, the quality of that data is not really that much. You need to work on it. That being said, that if you really work with that hospital and they agreed to work with you in extracting the data. So in general, healthcare data, it's a major issue. The last slide here, it's about the ethics. Some of you will say, why ethics is a problem or a challenge? Well, basically, there are 4 main things. First one is transparency. If you work with healthcare facility, they don't like black box. They really need to know how the AI made the decision in order to approve it. And that's not easy, especially with these large language models and these large multi-models. It's really hard. It's going to be impossible at some point to really have a transparency. Bias is another issue. Population, if you obtain any solution from that was trained on US patients, and you took that exact model and you experimented with the local people here in the kingdom, probably the performance will decrease. Why? Because of the bias. AI, by design, is biased. What comes in is what you get. So that's an issue. Privacy and safety, it's about patient data and information. You cannot really share that data simply. It's violating patient privacy. Imagine if you want to train an AI for breast cancer, and that's what we had an issue with. We get a lot of information about the patient that we are not supposed to see. So we do some encryption to the private information and before our engineers working on it. But there's a challenge. If you want to expand this across the development of AI, it's not going to be an easy thing. So I think I finished early, but that's hopefully good to see if there is any questions and we can discuss. Thank you so much. Yeah?
Okay, thank you so much. I think that was a very wonderful presentation. I must recommend the milestone you have achieved so far. Now, my question is this. Let me come from the academic point of view. If you read most of the literature, now what they are saying is that no matter how imperfect an algorithm is, a physician is likely to use it. And they get to a point when they become averse because they feel the algorithm is trying to usurp their autonomy. And that heightens their decision to averse the use of what? Algorithm or any AI automated tool. Now, given the milestone you have achieved, how do you balance between the automation of the medical task and the professional autonomy of the medical professionals? Because I think it's going to be a Herculean task. The way we revert, physicians or medical professionals having to be wiped off and replaced with AI. Thank you so much.
Amazing question. And I think when we started, we had a major issue with a lot of radiologists specifically. They're not really willing to work with us because what they thought is that what we are going to create is going to replace them. But that's not the case. What we discovered is not the case. Because what we chose to start with is that where do we need that really the doctors cannot do? And that's when we said the early screening programs. So early screening, for even breast cancer, diabetic retinopathy, we don't have enough radiologists or ophthalmologists, for example, to review 4 million patients per year. We don't have that much. So we said, let's collaborate together and let you observe the AI. How does it do? How good it is? And where is the improvement? That's one thing. That means you have participated in creating this solution. When we made them create the solution with us, it helped us deliver better work and help them really understand what we are trying to achieve. Currently, in the diabetic retinopathy, and we're still working with them because we are under the clinical trial, so we need to really compare the AI against their decision, and we report to them the performance of the AI every month. They liked it now, and they say, let's expand. For example, if we screen 4 million, let's say 1 million a year, there are a lot of cases the AI won't be able to resolve. So we'll increase the need for them at some point because we're doing a value-based care. We want to minimize the people, for example, who will get diabetic retinopathy or get blind because that costs the government. And breast cancer as well. We want to early detect the breast cancer to really reduce the cost of the treatment. That's the government investment. It will increase their job, the demand for them, and it's their work, you know? So basically that's how we did it. I'm hoping that we'll continue to do the same. Yeah, Dr.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, and thank you for the informative presentation. So I saw that you mentioned one of the challenges is the data limitation. So speaking of data, if you are talking about sensitive and personal data relevant to patients, is there, I'm wondering if is there any framework that governs and regulates the sharing of that sensitive data, so it's going to be easier to deal with that kind of it or not?
Yeah, also amazing question. There's an, at SaudiCIS, there is an office called National Data Management Office. They are responsible of regulating all related, anything related to data. We started working with them 2 years ago about creating a framework of secondary use of data. Specifically, in healthcare, how can we do it? So there is type of encryption to some sensitive information. We are currently trying to publish this with them and enforce this across the kingdom. The issue, one of the issues, is not just about the data limitation only, it's about the sharing itself and who owns the data. So, for example, one hospital, I know for a fact, that they have some data, the doctor himself has some data of their patient, and they are not willing to share because they think it's their own. It's very important information. Very important data can really produce a lot of amazing things. So the enforcement of who owns the data and making sure who owns it, and then creating this framework of how can we share it, that is a very important work. We are trying to work with the NDMO to publish it. And even the Royal Court, we work with them in trying to really push this even further. However, it's not an easy job, especially in healthcare, especially currently, many of you know, the healthcare is transforming to the new, the ministry of itself is not going to provide any care. It's going to go to Sahha al-Qabida, health holding company. So they are in the middle of transformation. So we're waiting, hopefully, for them to give us some time to really focus more on this in collaboration with the research, RDI, research facility. So that's, it needs some work, but we are working on it. Yeah, تفضل. Mic here or here? Go ahead. Yes, تفضل.
I'm Mahiba, and I come from a background of computer science and healthcare. So the lecture is really relevant to me. I did my thesis on digital twin technology in health, particularly. So one of the major factors which we saw was that healthcare institutions were hesitant to implement the technology due to the fact that they were more aligned to the traditional methods and were technology resistant. So as researchers, how can we solve that or approach that?
Well, you need to you need to get their buy-in. And the only way to get their buy-in is to explain to them what are you solving for. If you go to them and say, I want to create a digital twin, and that's it, you're not going to have their buy-in. That's one thing. The second thing you need to make sure is the digital twin in human and medicine is very complex. There's a lot of factors, very, very complex. I know for a fact the human brain have more neuron than the number of sands in Earth. So if you want to create a digital twin for each patient, what type of computing power you need and how are you going to design it? The genome itself, I don't want to get into that, but it's very, very complex. So what I think is you should focus on the specific application that will direct you at the end to reach to the digital twin. So I want to do this type of work. It will help you to do the 1 and 2. And for you as a student, you may need to say, that will reach me to create the digital twin at the end.
Thank you very much for the insightful talk. I want to follow up on the question of the use of secondary data. And I would like to ask if you've ever considered a new practice or the concept of data donation, which would solve many of the challenges that especially healthcare organizations are facing with regard to the use of patients' data to discover and advance treatments that we have, or whether you may think about this practice in the future as a non-profit practice, right? Data donation could be the solution for such challenges.
So you mean letting the patient donate their data? Well, the problem is, that's the tricky question is, you obviously own your own data, if we assume that, but who collects your data? You go to hospital, you get the data, they store it in their EHR. You probably see a copy through an application or something. But do you really control and get all of your data in order to donate it? 99% of the people, they don't care about this. So I don't think donation by
the answer. I would hold it here because it's a new practice. I think it would rather take time because it's a very, very new practice. And I would not reject the idea at the beginning.
I'm not rejecting anything. Trust me. Here, in the universities, especially the top university, where the new ideas come. That's what we need from you. These are the new concepts that if you have it, if you develop, for example, a POC or an MVP on it, please come to us. Let's discuss this and see how can we implement it. But for me, what I know, that's not even practical at this moment. But I
would be more than happy to talk with you after the talk. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. No problem. Here. Somebody here?
First of all, thank you so much for the amazing presentation. We can see the amazing efforts and the ambitious work that's going on. I'm currently writing a paper about healthcare in Saudi Arabia, and I was able to read about King Faisal Specialist Hospital's efforts, and I can see there is already a lot of work going on. However, my first question is, what about other areas in Saudi Arabia? Are we expecting to see AI in action for other places in Saudi Arabia other than Riyadh or King Faisal Specialist Hospital? That's the first question. My other question is, in your point of view, what would you expect researchers, local researchers, to address as directions you would wish researchers to address? Thank you so much.
Great question. So we don't implement our solution for Riyadh only. We implement it nationally. So we are working with these two programs at the national level. We are hoping to even expand. We have, and the center here between Sadaya and KFUBM that's one of its main goal, to expand the AI, not just research, but even development through different regions. So we didn't choose, for example, King Saud University. We chose KFUBM and KAUST. We are located in Riyadh, but we want to expand. We don't want to be Sadaya that just focus on Riyadh. And then when we focus on a national level program. Your second question is very important. Researchers usually tend to find the research they can publish. What is the area that we think that has been not explored by other academia, and we want to focus on it to get a publication? Unfortunately, that's not a good practice to really reach to a solution that can be developed. Okay. What I'm thinking, what I would suggest, especially in healthcare, which is my domain, is you need to work with hospitals and the clinical experts. Just work with them. If you have a thesis, if you have something, don't rely on your doctor here only. Ask him to engage with a clinical expert, because they are in the field and they know what they need and what they can do. Don't be afraid working on something that has been done many times. Why? Because there's so many different innovations you can do within it. One of them, if you just focus on our population, for example. You need to think from that perspective, and you work on something niche that can be expanded to a product or a part of other product. So I hope I answer your question. Okay. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. A pleasure to meet you all, and hopefully you get something good from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mohammed, for your engaging presentation. Now we will have 5 minutes break. Please do not leave. We will start the awarding afterwards. We will now have a recap of the conference by Dr. Maad Al-Awafir. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Maad to the stage.
All right, we came to an end. It's a sad and a pleasant day, I guess. We have all witnessed a vibrant convergence of global academic and industry leaders discussing the transformative role of artificial intelligence in shaping digital economies. Over 4 days, the conference drew more than 500 registrations from more than 75 institutions. The program included 5 workshops, 4 panel discussions, and more than 50 research presentations. These presentations spanned diverse themes in AI, as AI in healthcare, ethics in AI, and digital transformation. Keynotes from globally renowned experts like Professor Yojing and Professor Sopratik examined groundbreaking concepts, including the evolution of generative AI and how it's changing, in addition to the responsible development and the necessary consideration of unbiased AI. We also had 2 industry talks by Corina and Ammar discussing the awareness and adoption of data strategies and the application of AI in logistics. We also just closed with a talk from Dr. Muhammad Al-Awad from Sedaya, who covered some of the AI adoption in the healthcare sector here in the kingdom and how to navigate the challenges that are facing this path. We also had 5 practical workshops, indeed an intense program. 5 practical workshops equipping the attendees with hands-on skills in emerging topics such as explainable AI, large language models, as well as some fundamental topics such as visualization using Python. We didn't forget our early career researchers with 2 consortium, a doctoral consortium and a junior faculty consortium that both occurred in the first day. Also 4 panel discussions that addressed critical topics, cybersecurity, regional AI, and the role of Saudi women in information system fostering inclusive and diverse dialogues. There are many takeaways, but I guess this recap should be 5 minutes and less, so I'll stick with 2 technical takeaways. Technical and a bit of philosophical, and these have been learned from the expert that were in the conference. Strategic AI implementation. So rather than operational use, the need is for AI to enhance our capability and make us more efficient, and probably assist us in creativity, not the other way around. One person said that I was hoping for AI to do my laundry and my cooking and for me to sit and think creatively. Turns out it's the opposite way nowadays. So AI is doing the creativity and we're still doing the laundry and cooking. Second thing is, of course, balancing innovation and ethical AI practices. Of course, while AI offers immense opportunities, its deployment must be guided by ethical principles and governance and mitigating risks. And this might be a cliche, the mentioning of AI in ethics, but indeed it is a challenge, especially in deployment. You face challenges that who will see the data? How will it be used? How will it affect my life and the society at large? It is a serious matter. So I want to close by saying that as our Vice President, Dr. Ali Sheikhi, highlighted at the opening of the conference, this event underscored the Kingdom's commitment to innovation, aligning with Vision 2030, as we here at KFUPM are doing so, through interdisciplinary research, strategic partnership, as we witnessed in the opening of this conference, as well as forward-looking AI-driven agenda. With significant investment in AI-driven education, probably it was mentioned in the opening that KFUPM is now teaching AI at the fundamental stage for the students to use it in their discipline. After all, AI is a tool. So with significant investment in AI-driven education, interdisciplinary research centers, and strategic partnership, the Kingdom is paving the way for groundbreaking advancements across sectors that we saw here in the conference: healthcare, logistics, and digital transformation. I promise this is the last sentence, but it's a long one. Through continued collaboration, innovation, and strategic focus, I think we are positioned to harness the transformative potential of AI to drive sustainable economic growth while maintaining societal progress on an unprecedented scale. Thank you very much. I would like to have the honor to call our Vice President for Research and Innovation, Dr. Ali Sheikhi, for the awarding ceremony. تفضل دكتور.
Thank you, Dr. Al-Awafir, for your reflections on our time together during this conference. Now, it's the time to announce the award recipients, which I know you've been all waiting for. These awards have been selected using scientific measures in terms of novelty, rigor, and scientific contributions through blind review process. I'm excited to announce the Best Abstract Awards, the Best Paper Awards, and the Best Reviewers. For the recipients for the Best Abstract Awards, the Best Abstract Second Runner goes to Mazen Chawush, Mohammed Babakir, titled The Survival of Chief Information Officers, Replication and Extension. The Best Abstract First Runner-Up goes to Thomas Griswold, Marcus Heck, Stephen Seidel, and Nicholas Burnett, titled The Behavioral Visibility Leads to Disempowerment and Empowerment in Organizations, Evidence from Manufacturing. Now, are you ready for the first Best Abstract Award? This award goes to Carolina, Tawfiq Al-Ashur, and Jasper Fien. For the best paper category, I'm excited to announce the recipient of the best paper runner-up, second runner-up, goes to Salman Al-Jazzaf, Sunil Mithas, and Charles Colby. On behalf of Dr. Mohammed Al-Marzouk. For the best paper, first runner-up goes to Salih Masoud, Musa Al-Bashrawi, and Muhammad Khan. And the first Best Paper Award goes to Mohammed Al-Marzouk, Kamel Ruwaiba, and Nick Brown. For the Best Reviewer category, the Best Reviewer goes to Fatima Sayud. We will be honoring now all conference committees who led to the success of this conference. The conference co-chair, Dr. Muna Liami. The program co-chairs, Dr. Tawfiq Al-Ashur, Dr. Suruq Al-Sinan, Dr. Shadi Abu Dalfa. Proceedings co-chairs, Dr. Rashal Ahmed, Dr. Hussein Sama, Dr. Adnan Bakathir, Dr. Raid Al-Harbi. the workshop co-chairs, Dr. Nasser Al-Qahtani, Dr. Emmanuel Okafo, Dr. Amir Al-Jarallah, Dr. Amir Al-Abbasi. For the panel co-chairs, Dr. Abdullah Al-Daej, Dr. Saddam Al-Azani, Dr. Saleh Al-Wahishi, Dr. Muhammad Al-Marzouk. Review co-chairs, Ms. Zainab Al-Shabib. The social media co-chairs, Mrs. Amatullah Sulaiman, Mrs. Nawal Saeed, Dr. Samahir Al-Judaybi. We will now be honoring KIC's team, who's been a huge part in organizing this conference. Mrs. Rana Al-Ghamdi, Mrs. Azhar Al-Ali, Mrs. Bayan Al-Shahri, Mrs. Shuruq Al-Matrafi, Mrs. Iman Al-Shahrani, Mrs. Aram Al-Zahrani. Aram. We will now be honoring KIC's part-time staff. Abdul Malik Al Sheikh, Ammar Khreza, Fahad Zubaydi, Abdullah Al Mishhin, Huda Al Hulaimi. will now be honoring the doctoral consortium co-chairs and the junior faculty consortium co-chairs, Dr. Iman Al-Yami, Dr. Juman Al-Shahri, and Dr. Ghazafran Ali Al-Abbasi. We will now honor those who hadn't been recognized in the gala dinner yesterday. Keynote speaker, Professor Atif Ahmed. Guest speaker, Dr. Muhammad Al-Awad. We will now be awarding our conference volunteers. Abdul Rahman Shadi, Abdul Aziz Ayman, Abdul Malik Said, Al-Amin Muhammad, Al-Badr Abdul Muhsin, Ammar Abdullah, Awab Khushaym, Batul Al-Jarrash, Farah Abdul Aziz Al-Sultan, Ghala Abdul Aziz Al-Anizi, Hajar Al-Qarni, Dumana Al-Ja'fari, Kareem Ramadan, لما باسم الممتن، إليانا إبراهيم، معن أحمد الخليفة، مها السباعي، محمود السلمي، محمد كتب، محمد الباقري، مصعب أحمد الباقر، نواف البدير، نواف السويلم، نوف الحارثي، رباب الرمضان، Sakina Turki, Zahra Al-Haddab. Please join us to take your certificates.
Let's not forget our great MCs, Rinad Safi. وأحمد, where's Ahmed? Ahmed Muhammad, also the other great MC.
To conclude our conference, I would like to invite Dr. Ali Sheikhi for a word.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. MashaAllah, Dr. Maad, he did really an excellent talk about the recapping of this conference. So it's very difficult to say anything after that, at least technically. But I'm really happy that KFUBM hosts this conference, Saudi Conference on Information System, with also the collaboration with the SaudiCIS section as well. It will give us a big boost. We thank really everybody for organizing this event, especially KIX, the KFUBM administration, and everyone. So as we come to the close of this incredible conference, we wanted to take a moment to reflect on what we have achieved, especially that we together really explored excellent ideas, as Dr. Maad mentioned, touches all area that is related to AI, where AI is inevitable, definitely that we will use it. So we shouldn't be really afraid. We should harness it, and we should really embrace it as much as we can, with, of course, ethical aspect in our mind. A huge thank you to our speaker, panelists, moderators, for sharing their insights and expertise. Your contribution have been invaluable, and also to our partners, your support has made this event possible, and we are deeply grateful. To our attendees, maybe not today, but during the whole conference, I know usually the last day is maybe, I don't know, 10–20% of the actual attendees, but we are really happy with the gathering that we had in this conference. Really, it's considered one of the huge attendees. So thank you for your engagement. Thank you. Thank you for your engagement, curiosity, and enthusiasm. You are the reason we do this, and your active participation has been inspiring. As we have here today, let's not let the momentum stop. We hope that we will take these ideas that we have shared and put them into action. Let's stay connected, collaborate, and continue to grow as community dedicated to this field, this important field in general, artificial intelligence for the information system. Wish also a safe travels, and we look forward to, for those who will travel, and we look forward to seeing you at our next event. Inshallah, this event is born to live and live to evolve and evolve, inshallah, to continue. We'll see you, inshallah, in the future. Thank you very much. And, well, a happy weekend as well. It's only a few more minutes. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you all for your participation in SaudiCIS 2024. It has been an incredible journey of learning and collaboration. Let's look forward to the impact we will create together. Thank you. Please, let's have a group photo together. Please, let's have a group photo together. Here. Okay. Come to the stage. Join us on the stage to have a group photo together.